Okay, and we are live. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Now, today I am a minute late, but today we're going to be working on the Python project in Pygame or whatever that was. Yes. Okay, and you can hear me. That's good. Chat is there. Let's switch that to live chat. There we go. Right. So where is PyCharm at? PyCharm? Disable those. Okay, yeah, cool. Close. And what is this? We're gonna delete those and these, and I'm gonna show this in a moment. What the hell is that thing? I don't think that's something you want to hear from a programmer when they're looking at their own code. Okay, God. Let me just turn on where is it? Hello? Where is it? I'm gonna show this in a moment. I just need to enable Zen mode. There we go. And if we just enable that. I didn't show it. Oh, that's interesting. That's real interesting now, isn't it? Let's change that up a bit so you can see it properly. Is that properly? Let me just reset transform. Now something about this is off. That is, yeah, that is off. That's definitely off. Let me just retry that with another thingy. Now that's better. That's more like it. Okay. I have that. Oh, that's supposed to be Pygame. This is supposed to be PyCharm. Yeah, let me just do this real quick. Oh boy, oh boy. You'd think that after over a year of streaming I would know my stuff, but no. When did I actually start streaming? I started on Twitch a while back. I did gaming streams. Like exclusively gaming streams. Something is off about that. No, fine. We're gonna go with this then. I'll change that to blah 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 and blah 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 blah. Okay. Let me just delete the whatever that is. Run. Name run can be undefined. Or can? Oh, you don't actually see that. Okay, that's fantastic. You don't see the pop-ups here. Run. Well, where's my run at? So I'm gonna have to change this from GIF to PNG. I'm gonna animate it today. The problem is we have no run. Well, run, and what are you? Expected 2 blank lines. Okay. All right. Hang on. Maybe I should do display capture. Yeah, that would work too. There's just a thing that if I let's do up. Yep. Okay. First of all, let's test this out because I don't actually know if this still functions because I just removed a lot of things from this. Let's see, run and that doesn't work. That's the console. Run Pygame window. Perfect. Okay, so what are the controls? WASD. And the character rotates successfully. I didn't manage to actually do this in the last stream of Pygame, but I figured it out on my own after the stream had ended. I'm also probably gonna increase the speed or make the character smaller if I can figure that out. Now that I'm saying that, I realize I don't actually know if I saved the file, the sprites, a sprite file. Let me take a look at that. Pixel art. Oh, what is this? That's that. And that's that. That's that. Okay, none of that is the thing I'm looking for. Where did I put it? Is it directly in here? Pac-Man game. Orsino game. Yeah, I have an Orsino game as well. I'll also try playing around with Orsino on some stream. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. Oh, yeah, I did save it in here. That's neat. And this is 16 by 16. Yes. And it has 2 frames. I'm gonna export these frames as I need to export them as different different files. Would that work? Animation in 2 files. Yes, I do. And oh, those are very tiny. How big is this? 64 by 64? Why did I scale it that big? The player should probably be only like 16 by 16, really. We'll see if this works. So player 1. That's with a capital P. So how did that even work? Again, I've forgotten to turn on music for myself. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my mind. Let me just make sure that I'm not murdering myself with copyright strikes. Okay, good. Let's make that quieter, and I think this should be player1.png. 16 by 16. Let's see how big that is now. Ah, that's real tiny. Well, I mean, wasn't Pac-Man kind of tiny too? I'll export this as 32, so just double the size. Player.png, yes. And that should overwrite them directly, and that should be good. Yeah, that looks good. I just need to increase the speed a bit, which is right there. 200 frames a sec. 200 frames? No. 200 pixels. Wait. Where's the DT delta? Okay, yeah, we are applying delta to it. Good. It's of course assuming that the game runs at 60. Would it run? It would limit it at 60. Let me try something. 144, save it and try this. It seems like it's moving at the same speed. Is it? Maybe. I'm gonna play this at 12 frames a second. Okay, yeah, seems like it's really difficult to look at. Christ. Yeah. That, okay. I had to just make sure that I did hit the go live button. Oh lord. Would have been real bad if I wasn't live yet. Okay, so this is all functional. That's that size. So the goals for today, I believe, is to make a simple tile map system. I say simple because I'm not that experienced with this yet. And if we have the time, I'm gonna try to make a maze generator. But I don't know if that's gonna be entirely possible today. Because for me, writing a maze generator always takes a bit of time because I never remember how to actually do it. So, first of all, this is quite messy. Because A, we're not actually storing the player speed or rotation anywhere. Or whether the player's flipped. So I would make a class for the player. I should make a class for the player, but yeah, what's stopping me? I don't know what's stopping me. Sure, we'll make a class for the player. And wait. Okay, there. I'm gonna give it rotation 0. Oh no. Layered or no. South to rotation 0. Wait. How would I go about? No. That's not GD script. Okay. We'll just do self to flip. Put false. I just this morning I actually realized that I hadn't actually looked into classes all that much. So somehow classes are still sort of new to me, although I mean, I haven't done that much in Python. It's understandable that classes are still new to me. Flip. Let's do speed. About 200. Yeah, sure. And you want 2 lines. It just complains about the the lines not being there. Def init rotation. We have this function here to rotate the player. But how would I go about that? Actually, we're going to have the enemies as well, and they're going to need the is flipped or flipped property. Man, this is actually getting fun. I'm enjoying this. So we're going to write class entity if that's not already something in Pygame. No, I don't think we have that. Also, I think we are going to need import all. Wait. How did I go about Pygame the locals? Locals. Pygame constants contains various constants used by Pygame. Its contents are automatically placed in the Pygame module namespace. However, an application can use Pygame. Oh yeah, of course, right. From Pygame the locals import all. The descriptions of various constants can be found throughout the Pygame documentation. Full screen, event. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna need that yet. I'm probably gonna have to write it at some point, but we'll see then. Class entity def init. Wait, what else did that prompt me with? Abs del hex int add a enter a exit a iter and a next await bool bytes call seal class get item blah 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 float blah 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 blah. That's a lot of things. That's a lot more things than I thought it would be. Yeah, we're going to just use init because are we going to need rotation for the enemies? Technically, every entity should probably have rotation. I just still don't know how to go about doing the rotation exactly. Soft flipped, false. By default, it should not be flipped. What are you complaining about? 2 lines, of course. And this should extend entity. What do we need? Also, work class is missed. Add super, oh lord. I'm constantly going back to the guide on classes. Blah 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 blah. Self name age, self domain name, self name change. Yeah, how did we go about the inherited initial init function? Hmm. Oh wait, it's in inheritance, isn't it? Did I? That's a print name. I wait a second. Init function. Init. When you add the init function, the child class will no longer inherit the parent's init function. To give the inheritance of the parent's init function, add a call to the parent's init function. Yes, or you can use super, so that's exactly why it suggested me. But I was like, no, I want to make this mistake and learn it myself. So yes. Let's just undo all of that and write super dot init. Not this. We'll probably need these two values to set some default values. In case we want something to start flipped or start rotated. And in that case, we'd probably need a rotate function like this. This currently just using these globals. But we're going to toss this image into the player class and we can create an object of the player then. And that should organize everything a lot better. So first of all, let's not do that. Software speed equals to 100. We can probably delete that in a moment once we actually get this all set up. Player pause position, player pause plus equals screen plate. And we also need to store the position because nothing is stored by Pygame. Dot position will store the position as a vector 2 or as a tuple. I am very much glad that you cannot hear the songs that are popping up in my playlist. Wait, if we import the Pygame locals, if we do that, are we just gonna have math by default? Math.vex. Vector 2 is inside of math. Why? That does say wait. We're importing it from locals, so that would be a no. We'd want to do from Pygame import all, but that would... Yeah, that would give us things. Did I leave a period there? I cannot see right now because there's very much light coming from outside. Can you see if there's a period? Because I can't. I don't think there is. Also, is there an import math up there? Why is there an import math? Oh, that's where I got the math from. Where in God's name did I ever need math? I mean, for randomization, I suppose I will probably need math at some point, but not right now. Right now, what I need is a vector 2 for position. How do I go about doing this? I could also make a velocity. And then make something that constantly updates the position based on the velocity, but I don't know how difficult that's gonna be to do. I mean, you would just apply the velocity, you would add the velocity's amount to the position every frame. Let's not make this too complex because we have a tile map system to make. So just like, again, math. Where in God's name are you getting the math now? There is no math. I mean, yeah, math.py, sure, no. Pygame.math.vector 2. Let's make it start at 0, 0, but the space there because PyCharm doesn't like it when there isn't clean code. Let's pass this a rot and a flip and a pos. This will be rot or 0. This will be flip or false. And does that actually work? Is that how things work? If this is equal to nothing, if that's nothing, if it's nothing, if it's none, then would it apply it to this because it goes, okay, that's nothing, so let's do this instead. I don't know, it's not giving me any errors, so let's hope that it works. Pause or okay, so the speed. What are you complaining about? Oh, right. Well, I suppose that's an excellent way to test it out then. Just need to think at the start of the game, we'll want to make a new player. New player. How do I? Wait. Oh, we're gonna want to give this. What is this song? Okay, cool. Uh-huh. Hmm. Right. We need to give this a rod, a flip, and a pulse. Because those are required sort of by the entity. Rod, flip, pulse. This fella. Does that mean that it's gonna return an error or? Oh, it sure seems like it. Did you return an error? Missing three required positional arguments. How do I make them not required? Did I add a underscore in front of it? Or how did I do it? Nope, not there. Uh-huh. Do I need to pass self to that? I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't. What's polymorphism? An example of a Python function that can be used on different objects is len. Ah, okay, many forms. Yes, yes, I understand. Whoops, not self. What the hell is this song? What the hell? I am really glad you can't hear this. Why is YouTube making this kind of playlist for me? Okay, yeah, that won't silence it. Oh wait, I'm stupid, aren't I? Let's... Oh, whoopsie doodle. Unexpected spaces? No, that's not an error, it's just a warning. Well, and... 0. That should make those optional. Let me try this. Okay, that works. And then we need to define our default rotation for a player, default flip for a player, and default position for a player. Do we? Sure, it's handy. Of course you want the space to... Then pass this rod rod flip and pause. And then that's silenced. Oh. Okay, now that means that it should be still functional with the old 12 FPS that I set it. Cool. Oh, I'm gonna want to make a game class later on as well to make it more accessible. Game class could then have to run and well, it could have run, it could have screen size, it could have FPS limit, it could store delta time. Oh Jesus. Am I gonna want to rewrite this whole thing? Damn. Okay, fine. Class game. Definite self. Game dot. No, self. Dot delta. What is your problem? Oh, redundant. Yeah, because it's not going to inherit anything. Self dual FPS limit 60. Wait. Let's capitalize that. I like doing Pascal case for this, and I pretty much never use snake case, although that is the preferred Python style writing method of writing, whatever it's called. Casing? Is it casing? I don't know. That's that background. That's if we do game equals game, we're going to have a run function in the game that will well, I mean, if we're gonna have a run function, then this should default to false. Or run. And yeah, I'm just testing if that actually functions, and it seems so. def run so. Oh, that. Yeah, that function name should be lowercase. Indent expected. Indent expected. What do you, is that not an indent? And why should this be? You know what? Fine. Fine, I'll do as you ask. Jeez. Okay, so this will then contain the entire run while self.run. We don't need to even check if it's true. Yes, there is an indent. Stop complaining to me. Jesus. We want to fill the screen with lib. Oh, we're gonna want to have the screen in the game. So game.screen equals Pygame display. Oh, I completely forgot about the size. Self screen size. We could make it a vector too, but I'm thinking about making it just a regular old dictionary. Did I really just forget how to make a dictionary? Was it with regular parentheses or curly brackets? It's curly brackets, okay. I wanna do this because... What are you complaining about? Cannot assign to literal... Shut up! Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Cannot assign to literal. Unresolved reference X. Oh, it needs to be a string. Oh, I'm an idiot. Because that's how dictionaries in Python work. I don't recall that being how it works in every other language though. Hang on, would this work then? No, it wouldn't. Because that would be a reference to another thing. I don't know what thing. Ding ding. And we can make that 600. Self.screen. We're not gonna have a screen by default, are we? Until we run. We want to make the screen once we run it. So we don't need to even define it yet. Okay, cool. Self.screen equals Pygame display set mode. Pygame.display.set mode. And this takes the size, which is a tuple. If it's a tuple, can we access? Is it ordered? Ordered and unchangeable. Tuples are unchangeable, meaning that we cannot change, add, or remove items after the tuple has been created. I would prefer if that was not the case, so... I mean, really, we're going to just say it once, so screw it, we're gonna make this a tuple. 800, 600. And we're gonna do self.screen self.screen size 1. No, 0. No, it's just screen size because it's already a... What? Yeah. Jesus. Okay, while run, we want to fill the screen. Oh. Hold on. Do I have a thing open here somewhere? No, that's not it. I'm also going to at some point do a stream on Raylib and Ebit Engine. Yeah, Ebit Engine is a Go language framework. Raylib is mainly C and C++, which is why I'm going to use it with. But it supports a ton of other languages as well, so I can maybe do some other languages in it. Then there is libgdx for Java if I want to do that. But first let's go move on with this now. Where did that one thing go? There it is, okay. Oh, wait. I don't know if we actually need this, because we're not going to like use it outside, are we? Can we just like get the screen size from somewhere else then? Probably. Also, if this class is going to contain the entire game, then what's the point of having all of these? Now that's a good question you asked right there. Me. Thanks, me. I mean, I would rather have a game settings class, or that doesn't necessarily even need to be a class. It could be just a dictionary. Like all of these, well, I mean, this delta time, self.delta time, self.run false, self.screen none. I don't know if this is actually necessary. Because this just adds more complication to the run, and this is literally where we're going to have all the game stuff. So this, I'm thinking, will probably be included in the player class, the input. Wait. And we're gonna use the... Currently we are using player direction for this. Player position, screenplay, player image, player pose. Uh, software running. Hmm. I wait. Hang on. Oh, for the love of it. Like all of this is gonna be, nothing is going to be outside of the game class. Why make a game class then? Like, you're just gonna instance the game class and you're gonna run the game class and that's it. What is the point of a game class? I say that there's no point to a game class. Well, I mean... Yeah, I'm gonna see that we don't need a game class. Or at the very least, we're not going to need these inside of here, and instead we can have a screen here. How about that then? Instance attribute screen of main.game. That's referring to the same screen. Well, why would I have it in there then? uh, this should probably be true. Man, I'm not good at reading tutorials, so screw the tutorials. I'm gonna do this my way. The advantages of a game class is it makes things pretty. The disadvantages is everything. I'm not gonna have this. Screw the game class. We're gonna do it raw. That sounds wrong. We're gonna do it this way. So blah 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 blah. Pressed. Uh-huh. Now the question is, are we gonna have some sort of controls function in here that we call, well, I mean, class entity. We're probably gonna want to have a rotate depth, rotate self. Whoa there, buddy, I don't want that, that there. Okay, so itself, and this is gonna require another rot, or rather goal. And we're simply going to copy this here into this. We're going to need a image. We're going to need an image for the entity, which is made with image load convert. And that we can do with... Oh, Jesus Christ. If these are going to be optional, we're going to have one required. And that's going to be image img path. Seriously, these songs, what the hell is this? Yeah, no, I'm gonna listen to music for sad people, thanks. This is gonna be the image path. This is gonna be the image path. And this is gonna have the image path. img path. img... No. img path. img path. What? Argument name should be lowercase. Screw you! Do you understand how difficult it is to write in camel case when you need to make everything lowercase? Okay, path is just... This is the time and moment when it forces me to use snake case, and now nothing matches. Now we're using Pascal case here, we're using camel case here, we're using... Jesus Christ. This is freaking chaos. Okay. At least we have some great grandfathers and music. So, image self.image equals pygame.image.load img underscore path dot convert. What exactly are we converting it to? I don't know, but it told me to do this, but I need to understand this now. Just that the Pygame documentation isn't exactly the best. Oh, we converted, image, convert. You will often want to call pygame.surface convert to create a copy that will draw more quickly on the screen. Okay? Sure. We're gonna do that then. In fact, in order to make it even faster, we could copy this and because we know that pretty much all of these images are gonna be... That works. Pretty much all of these images are gonna be in assets/images or img. Then we're gonna just need that and blah blah blah. That should be good. I'm gonna make a placeholder image. New 16 by 16. What color palette did I use? Ink Crimson, okay. Okay, for the love of Christ, what is this song? It's not even a song. Thanks, YouTube. Thank you. Music, please. Imagine trying to listen to music on YouTube Music and not getting music. Okay, I'm gonna just quickly do the placeholder texture so we can have something in case it refuses to load. We're gonna make it a real classic. That needs to be bigger. And that can't be the same, okay. Oh, that's an interesting placeholder. Let's undo that and let's just make it a very simple placeholder. Okay, and two, and let's make this placeholder. That should be good. Image path equals unexpected spaces. Placeholder.png. Okay. Then we're gonna do the logic for this, which is the goal and difference. We want the difference rotation plus equals difference rotation. Self dot rotation plus equals goal minus self dot rotation. That should be good. And then we want to rotate the image, which is why we got the image. So self dot image equals no, yes. Pygame dot transform dot rotate self dot image and the goal minus self dot rotation. Wait. We want to do that in the opposite order. There. Otherwise, we would store this in another variable, and I'm just not gonna clutter it up like that. Although it would be more resource efficient than Python. Okay, fine. def equals variable in function should be lowercase. Oh, should it now? Why so? Because this is how I've always written everything. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna lose my mind over this. I can't use my favorite camel case. Okay. So... what is this song? Okay. Alright, next up then... What if the image is already loaded? What if we want to load the image first and then set the image? Oh. We wouldn't want to load an image multiple times, would we? So we would have to load the image first. Oh, sweet Jesus. How about we store the loaded images in a list so we don't need to worry about that? Then we can check if the loaded image is in the list and then we can get it from there. A list is the correct one, if I remember correctly. The problem will just be finding the image in the list. Is it gonna be a problem? Access list items. List. Can I only access it with an index? Oh, for the love of Christ, I can only access it with an index. Oh, wait, no, actually I can do if in list. Okay. That should work then. Wait. But we can only use it. Oh, for the love of Christ. We can only use it for checking if it is in the list. We can't use it to get it from the list. List methods, thank you. Returns the index of the first element with the specified value. So we can just use the index method. Right? Yeah. I don't know why I'm making this so complicated. Not that. Not that either, because that's not how you define a list in Python. This is how you define a list in Python. Yes. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so image path, image path, image path, image path, image path. We're gonna need to store an object. We're gonna need to store an item where we don't want to store. Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm not gonna fix the problem until it occurs. I learned this from the state machine stream that I did on my Godot game. Okay, let's see. Right. I know that this is going to probably load the image multiple times. Like if it's the same image and it's already been loaded, we could store it somewhere. Then we don't need to load it multiple times. Instead, we can just check if it's been loaded. And I don't know if that's how it works, but we're just gonna go with that's how it works. Okay. Last player. Station function is done. Flipped. Changing these properties would do absolutely nothing. Oh boy. Scope, module, states. We could make a module. I'm getting carried away. God, I'm going on to making a module for this. God, I don't need to make a module for this. But they could be pretty nice. No, I can't. I don't have the time for that. But maybe, modules are pretty nice. If I just make a module for it, it'd be really nice and organized. But I'm not gonna do that. Huh. It also allows you to do operations and must return the next item in the sequence. Yes. Stop iteration. Interesting. Yeah. Is there a reason defining these in here or even doing this? Really, we could define these up here. Of course, this is necessary and this is necessary and this is necessary for keeping track of these things. Position actually is quite useful. Is there a reason for defining them in here? Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 It's always in So these are assigned per object. If we put this up here, it'd be assigned per class. I'm just gonna have to go with okay, we'll do this. We're probably going to want to split the image on the screen as well. Let me take a look at how we go about doing this. Let me just define the path. That should also have placeholder PNG. That is not how I do. That's not how I do either. That's not how I do. Jesus. So new player. We create the new player here, then when we're running, we want to draw the new player. Is the player gonna have health? Does the player need to collide? These are all questions that I should have asked before I made it into a class. We can probably figure things out. New player. So we can do dot position. It doesn't really help. The position is just assigned, but we aren't actually moving it anywhere. However, wait. We could have an update function in here to set. Oh, that's actually smart. How could I do something smart for once? If we make an if we make an update function, yes. If we make an update function, this is a good song. And we would call this update function every frame, so we can handle this. Wait. My brain is starting to smoke. Okay, let's just say we want to rotate player. Let's set update maybe static. Why? Rotation. Wait. Wait. This takes in a goal. Zeros of the rotation. For the love of Christ. I'm thinking if we assign the rotation. If we assign the rotation. Hold on. Self rotation equals rotative. we have the difference between the old rotation and the new rotation. So we can't just set the rotation, but we can have an old rotation, or we could call it absolute rotation. Self dot. Let's call it old rotation. Oh, old rotation equals rot. Right. So then what we can do is when we set the rotation, so when we assign the property of the rotation to a new value, we don't need this function here. What we can do is use the rotation as the goal. And then we can update the image. And then we can assign the old rotation. And we rotate by rotive. And that's how we can assign the rotation property of the entity, and that should rotate the image. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to test any of this yet, but we'll see. Then we of course need to also update whether it's flipped or not. So we're going to want an old flip. Wait. If we update the rotation every frame, we get the rotation difference. No, that should be 0. Yes, okay, that's fine. That is fine. Yes, I'm just gonna convince myself that it is fine. Then we'll also want to do if the image path has changed. Ah. Let me look at some stuff here. So the Jesus Christ. Today's math, JSON, regex, bit, try accept, user input. Where's the matplotlib? No. Machine learning? I don't think I need machine learning right now. Oh. Is there... Is there... Is there? Is there? Is there? Hmm. Wait. No. What's on meta classes? Oh. Oh. Meta programming. Meta classes. Oh. That's exactly what I was looking for. Old style versus new style. Yes. In the Python realm, a class can be one of two varieties. No official terminology has been decided on, so they are informally referred to as old style and new style classes. Old style classes, with old style classes, class and type are not quite the same thing. Oh, great. An instance of an old-style class is always implemented from a single built-in type called instance. From a single built-in type called instance. If obj is an instance of an old-style class, obj dot underscore underscore class underscore underscore designates the class, but type obj is always instance. Oh, great. That designates the class that... Okay, cool. The following example is taken from Python 2.7. I mean Python 3. 3.1, I think, actually. New style classes. New style classes unify the concepts of class and type. If obj is an instance of a new style class, type obj is the same as obj.class. Okay, how does that help me? Type and class. In Python 3, all classes are new style classes. Thus, in Python 3, it is reasonable to refer to an object's type and its class interchangeably. Remember that in Python, everything is an object. Okay, classes are objects as well. As a result, a class must have a type. What is the type of a class? Oh. The type of X class, as you would expect, but the type of food, the class itself is type. What? Type X, the type of X, but the type of foo is type? Well, what the hell is a type? The type of the built-in classes you are familiar with is also type. I see. So int, float, dict, a dictionary, list, and tuple, they're all the type of type. This is getting kinda interesting. For that matter, the type of type is type as well. The type of type is type as well? Oh, really? Jesus Christ. Ooh, type is a meta class of which classes are instances. Aha. Just as an ordinary object is an instance of a class, any new style class in Python, and thus any class in Python 3, is an instance of the type meta class. I don't know why I'm reading this. I'm actually not learning. Well, I mean, I am learning, and it is interesting to learn about this, but it's not really useful in my case. And you know, I've always been the type of person to only learn the things that are important to me. X is an instance of class foo. Foo is an instance of the type meta class. Type is also an instance of the type meta class, so it is an instance of itself. How the hell does that work? How can something be the instance of itself? Exactly. I mean, yeah, sure. Defining a class dynamically, the built-in type function, when passed one argument, returns the type of an argument. For new style classes, that is generally the same as an object's object's class attribute. Okay, cool. You can also call type with 3 arguments: type name, basis, and DCT. What is DCT? DCT specifies a namespace dictionary containing definitions for the class body. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. What was I trying to accomplish here? Whoa. Hold on, how did I do the player flipping? Actually. No players flipped, players flipped through. And what am I trying to accomplish with the flip then? If self dot flipped, wait, hang on. I think what I need is 2 variables, unfortunately, for this as well, or 2 properties. So, can I make this like, no. Self dot old flip flip. Self dot old flip equals flip. If self dot flipped is not equal to self dot old flip, then we're going to flip the self. So we're self dot image dot, oh god, we need to assign self dot image equals what's it called? Pygame dot transform. Okay. Pygame dot transform dot flip. Pygame.transform.flip. The surface. What does it take? What all does it take? It takes a surface and how it is flipped. Oh dear God. Oh dear God, I don't have X flip and Y flip separated. I have only X flip. Oh no. Oh God, this is gonna be a pain. uh... Because this is basically whether it should flip the image or should not flip the image. I don't know how that makes any sense. But when you call this flip method of the transform, it takes the surface, which in this case is called the player image, and it takes two additional arguments, which is flip X and flip Y. Flip. No, if either of these are 1, it means they should flip the image on that axis. We're not going to overcomplicate things, so we're not going to have Y flip. If it's not equal, then we want to flip it. So 1 and 0, because we don't want to flip it on Y axis. And then we want to set the self dot old flip equal to self dot flipped. Oh man, I love this. I wonder how much better Raylib is. Okay. So flipping is done. I'm just setting this up so I can easily change the properties like the rotation and the flip and then the position. But the position should be relatively easy. We don't need an old and new because we're not like switching between different values. We don't need to store the older value, is what I'm saying. We only need to store the newest value, so we can easily assign this and then just split the image in that position. Speaking of splitting, how did I split? We take the screen and then we just split the image onto the screen. Taking the image. So self.image, what is this? I see. And then it takes the position. Yes, so self.position. Oh. And we can delete this because we don't need to do that. Then we just need to call this every frame. And we need to have an update function in here as well for that. Yeah. Update, and then we can just call super.update. No, we can't. We'll call it Update because that's just a cute name. Typo in typo? Are you sure about that? You're telling me you're telling me that this is a typo. No. I want it to be pop date, thank you. Yeah, screw you. No. How would I go about calling the digital update? Super init. Shouldn't that... Oh, sweet Jesus. Inheritance, help me. Properties, methods, there. Add a method called welcome to the student class. Okay, what if there's a method in the other... Oh, well, I can do it. Why didn't I... Yes, I want to call it pop date because it is pop date. Well, then, you know, we could call it update. Sure. Then we just call that on the player every frame. Technically speaking, we could have the entity class be on like everything, then just that's fine. We also want to consider if the image has changed. If the image no. Actually, that might work. Then we can change the image path, and then we can load it into the Jesus into the image. Okay. If so, shoot. What about... Oh, goodness. I should also try Python Arcade, because I hear that it's more efficient and easier. But it's good to start from the less efficient and harder to use, because then you'll learn more, and when you move on to the easier to use and better performing, then it's gonna feel a lot easier and you're gonna have an easier time with it. Like, I can already tell that when I go from Pygame to like Raylib, whenever that is, although it's gonna be a different language, it's probably gonna be a whole lot easier. No, what is it that I exactly want? Image don't load. Yeah. Oh. Either a file name, a Python file like object, or path. Path lib. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go on a break and then we're gonna finish this. Hopefully, after that. I haven't even gotten to the main thing that I meant to make today, which is the tile map system, which is actually surprisingly a lot easier than this whole thing. But I'm making all of this for convenience, so I can just easily set the rotation. Yeah, I can set the rotation of the entity and the flipped and the position. The position isn't really that difficult, but like rotation and flipped are the main things that I want to be able to change easily. I'm gonna go on a break for a few minutes and then I'll be back. All right. Okay. So, what was I doing? Update. Update function. Right. Hmm. That works. Damn, this is really, really sweet, this bar that I'm having. This is, what is this? Some sort of corn? Corn bar? Banana flavor. Obviously banana is gonna make it a whole lot sweeter. Hmm. Okay, so then we can replace all this and this. And then we should also be able to play an animation by changing the image. So it is going to end up loading a lot of images, which might cause lag eventually. Hmm. Hmm. Essentially what I've already created is a velocity system, because this has a normal vector and this is the magnitude. Oh, this whole thing multiplied by delta is the magnitude. So this already is a velocity system, so I don't see why I shouldn't implement a velocity in here. So if we do self.velocity, not like that. Like that. There. Are we missing something? Okay, this way, when we're changing the velocity, we don't need to apply delta on it manually. Now I'm about to implement my own vector2 class. Ah. Now line too long. Ah, screw off. Let's cut that line in half. Happy? Because I'm not. Actually, I just decided that I'm not going to need all of these when creating a player. Yeah, I mean, these are, well, rotation even isn't that needed, but sure, we'll include it. Then when it comes to the velocity, again, these songs that I'm listening to, I have no clue what the hell is going on with them. I don't know if you could even hear me just then. Wait. Is this Lemon Demon? No, it's Steady Hide. I feel like they probably don't sound anything alike, and anyone who knows those two is going to murder me. Are we still gonna utilize the player direction? Because I feel like I would just apply the velocity up here. This is the S key. Okay, so that's right. We check if they are flipped because that affects the rotation. So just new player dot flip. Then we want to rotate it to -90. So new player dot rotation equals -90. This is so much nicer already. And I can apply this same thing to the enemies as well. I know it doesn't exactly reduce a whole lot of lines from our code, but we can remove the entire rotate player function. This is a long song. I thought it ended already. This is gonna be the opposite then. And then the new player dot rotation equals 0. And if new player dot flipped, but we can at least make this a whole lot smaller. False. It's going to be 1 on the X. Move to the right. And we're just going to invert the whole thing for this. And this to true. If not, actually, I don't even need to check. Here I do need to check though, because that affects the rotation. Now, how badly have I broken everything? Let's test it. I it 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 the what it actually it works. I mean, it's using the placeholder image because I didn't pass the new player any image. We're just gonna pass it player1.png. Oh, now I remember what I forgot from here. If image, oh, that's what I was looking for. Okay. So what does this exactly make? When you load an image, when you convert the image. Okay, well, first of all, when you load an image, what does it exactly return? I guess I'll just try something out. Okay, I guess I won't. Okay, okay, now. Ah, cool, we can split something onto that image as well. I can see that being handy. Convert, fill, copy, blitz. Is there anything to get is there anything to get file path? Hmm. I'm looking at the suggestions, code suggestions. You can't see it because of the way I have it set up in obvious. Okay, so basically it returns something that's identical to the screen, aka a surface. It returns a surface. The screen is a surface. The only thing I can think of is just print the self.image and see what we get. We're probably gonna get some sort of hexadecimal. But we're gonna see. I should probably have Mr. Console on the side. Yeah, okay, so we didn't get a hexadecimal, but we get a surface. All right. And how about that then? Still the same, okay. Hmm. Um. Okay, parent. Let's see the parent. None. Well, that's handy. Oh, that's a bug. Oh no. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about that bug. Because when I'm doing it slowly, it doesn't do it. But when I do it quickly, there's a slight delay. I've forgotten something out of the code. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's a big problem. So if self dot flipped is not equal to self dot old flip, then we flip the image and we set the old flip to the flipped. I sure hope it's not about the performance, because if it is, then... Right now, identifying the problem, I have no idea what the problem is. So when we're moving either left or right, we set the rotation of the player to 0. And we either flip the player or we don't flip the player. So if we play, right now the player is not flipped. If I press D, it starts moving, and still, well, while we're moving left, the new player dot flipped is false. When we press A, it flips, and it makes sure that the rotation is 0. If the sprite is flipped and we press W, it will make sure to rotate the image in the right direction. Okay. And if we do that, but if I quickly press S and D, or S and A, or W and D, or W and A, it rotates incorrectly. Or rather, it's flipped. But it's also flipped on the Y somehow. Which means that it's rotated incorrectly. Oh. I think that happened with the first version of the rotation system as well. Which is a pain in the ass to fix. So rotation difference equals self-dot rotation minus self-dot rotation. We save the alt rotation in that. Oh, there's the problem. We're not actually assigning the rotation to anything. We just need to assign it to all rotation. All self dot all rotation. That way both of them... Wait, no. Oh, rotation is already... Oh no, they're already the same. Because rotation difference is just self to rotation minus self to off rotation. What happens if we flip those? What happens if I do alt rotation minus rotation? What's that gonna do? What's it gonna do if I do alt rotation minus rotation difference? Plus equals rotation difference. What we do instead? This. I see. So really it's about the flip. Yeah. No, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to debug this a little by printing the self dot rotation. So print self dot rotation and self dot rotation. Okay, so 0, 0, -90. Yeah. 90 and negative. Where? 90, negative 90, 90, negative 90, 0, 90, negative 90, 90, negative 90, 90, negative 90, 0, 0. Okay. Zero, 90, 0, 90, 90, negative 90, 90, negative 90, 90, negative 90, 90. Yeah, it's just flipped on the X. That's the only problem. The rotation is luckily not the problem. Although it looks like it, the rotation is not the problem. Okay, so what's wrong with the flip then? Flipped equals flip, old flip equals flip. Flip, flip, flip. If self dot flipped is not equal to self dot old flip, then self dot image is equal to pygame dot transform dot flip self dot image flip x1, which tells it yes, we want to flip it. We can force the flip when we're going up or down, but then we'll have to get rid of this. New player to flipped false. It's not even like anything's trying to change the flipped value. I'm gonna have to print the flip value then. Self.flipped, self.old flip. Of course, that's not gonna help me much if I don't have the console open. False, true, come on onto the screen. Okay, so false to the right, true to the left. False to the right and true to the left. And they always match. How about now? Falls to the right, true to the left. What? Uh, uh, do we want to flip first and then rotate, or rotate first and then flip? Does it matter? Yes, I think it does. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna take this and place it there. What? Why does that happen? Okay, I'm starting to see a pattern now. Okay, so I'm gonna slow down the player to make this easier to look at. So, yep. Yep. Okay. When we go to the right and we go down, and then if we go left, it happens. And I can only explain this as it's incorrect. It's incorrectly rotated. It's still incorrectly rotated. So if not new players, let's try this then. No, that's just incorrect. Yep, that is so incorrect. Uh, uh, oh. Okay, we're gonna try just setting the rotation. Equals when they press W, that we can do clockwise -90, I think. Or is it clockwise? I don't know. And then that for that. That is so wrong. Well, I definitely see the problem now. Okay, hang on. It sets the rotation and it flips it to be correct. It what? It's definitely the flip that does it. The flip and the rotation, they're all kinda screwed. Shut up. Okay, so when we press okay. We're gonna say false. Up, down, right. Left, down, right. Now up, this. But if I go from down to right, that's fine. Down to left. Oh. Down from the right to the left. Down from the right to the left. The rotation is supposed to be 0, but this clearly is not rotation 0. Or is it? What if I do 180? Uh, 184 left. Well, that. Rotates. Vector 2, mass. Vector 2, rotates. Angle. Angle in decrease. Unfortunately, this decrease. Inverted y coordinate. Returns a vector which has the same length as self, but is rotated counterclockwise by the given angle in degrees. Stop and rerun. Okay. in place. Rotates the vector by a given angle in degrees in place. In place? Rotates the vector counterclockwise by the given angle in degrees. The length of the vector is not changed. Note that the length of the vector is not changed. Same length as... They're the same. IP returns none. How do you... rotate vector 2 returns vector... rotate returns a vector 2? What the hell am I looking at? I'm looking at math? Well, I'm looking at the completely wrong thing right now. Jesus. Rotate, not math. Oh, sweet Jesus. This is transform.rotate, not math.rotate. Ah. Okay, so rotate. Rotates an image. But also now that I think about it, that math function may come in handy. Unfiltered clockwise rotation, counterclockwise rotation. The angle argument represents degrees and can be any floating point value. Negative angle count amounts will rotate clockwise. Okay, so my current method of rotation utilizes one property or variable, whatever you call it. Property actually in this case, self.rotation. I apparently still have that open, so let me just shut that down. So we're using self.rotation of the class entity. So the rotation property of the class entity for the rotation. This is the value that is assigned. If we assign this to 90, we want the image to be rotated to the 90-degree angle. Where is 90? Well, that's a damn good question, because I don't know where this angle actually begins and where it ends. Well, it should actually end at the same position where it starts. Would 0 be up or right? Or left? if we think about it, 0 should be up. But, well, I mean, yeah, it is up. Oh, God. It just doesn't have an offset angle to rotate the image accordingly so that it would face up. But 0 is still up. Let's say that. Yes, 0 is up. Okay. If we set it to 90, it should rotate counterclockwise. So then the actual image would be facing up. I'm gonna try this out. If I press A, it's gonna rotate to 90, and 90 should be up. We're going to exclude any flips, and we're going to try this out. Perfect. 90 is up. Now if I press A again and again and again, it doesn't do anything. And if I press any other key, because all the other keys are assigned to 0, it rotates to face right. Okay, so judging by this, we could assign this to 180 and we would rotate to 180. But since we want to use flip for this, we don't actually want to rotate it to 180, and instead we want to rotate it to 0 and then flip it. Oh, that's why flip should come last. So when, hang on. Okay, so we press A and it rotates to 180. We press D and it rotates to 0. We don't want it to rotate to 180. Instead, we want to rotate to 0 when we press A. And instead, we want to flip the image when we want to flip the image when we press A. So it would go along the lines of this. So flip true, now it flips, and it unflips. Okay, D will unflip and A will flip. Got it. Now then, because we're not going to rotate the image when we flip it, we're going to want to rotate the image differently based on how it is flipped. When we press W and S, that is. So when we press W, we'd want it to rotate to the 90-degree angle when they are facing to the right. So when they are not flipped. So this technically should work. W, D, W, D, W, D, W, D. Okay, now if we rotate to A, so we flip the image, and if we press W, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. That scared me so badly, actually. Okay, so what happened there then? What happened there is we are currently unflipping the image when we press W. But now if we press D, it's correct. If we press A, it's correct. If we press W, then if we press A, what happens? What happens? What if... Could it be? Hang on. Okay, so we press A, then we press W. Now flipped is equal to false and rotation is equal to 90. So we think this true. When we press A, what should happen? What should happen is if I press A, it should first of all flip the image. I say first of all because it does that first. Does that affect the way it rotates? Don't tell me the flip direction affects. Oh god, the flip direction affects the way it turns. The way it rotates. Oh no. So because the flip direction affects the direction that it rotates, of course it affects it. I already noticed that previously. Why? Okay. So because it does that, we're going to flip it first. Okay, so it's going to make sure that the image is flipped. And then it will set the rotation to 0. When it sets the rotation to 0, you can really see it as well. I'm gonna close that. What are you complaining about? Import math. Why the hell are we importing math? Screw off, math. Jesus Christ. Okay, so when we set the rotation, right afterwards, go down here. We first do the flip, so we successfully do flip the image. The image will be flipped successfully according to whatever we gave the flip value, the flip property. And then we're going to calculate the difference between the rotation. So the rotation that was last frame and the rotation that is now that we'd want to set the actual rotation to. Once we get the difference between these two angles, we're going to rotate the image by the rotation difference. After which we set the old rotation to the new rotation so they match. Now in theory this should function just well, but because we have the flip, everything gets screwed over and inverted. So how do you invert 0? Okay, if we do the flop. No, that's not gonna help. If okay. So we rotate the image by the rotation difference. And it all does work fine. However, it does not. When we press D, we are at the angle of 0 and flipped is equal to false. These values practically mean nothing because of the flipped property, not variable, property. If we press A, then it is flipped, but the rotation is still 0. When we press W, it is currently set to unflip the image, so it is now not flipped, and the rotation is equal to 90. The rotation difference between 0 and 90, so 0 is the goal for A, and we also want to flip the image. So goal minus the old rotation, which is now 90, that makes negative 90. So it will rotate it clockwise. It's gonna rotate it clockwise, so it's going to rotate to the right because it was flipped. So why is it upside down? Why is it upside down? Like, it would... It's because it's flipped, isn't it? I mean, everything is because it just flips. A D A W. Okay, if we think about this, so if this here was to be rotated 180 degrees clockwise, then it would eventually end up in this position. What we could do is invert it if flipped is true, and then everything should be good. So if we just if we do rot, no, yes, rot flippity do that. How would I make how do I make a shorthand if statement? I don't remember how you do a shorthand if statement. Let me see. If else, and is there the shorthand if statement here? That's one line, but I want shorthand. You know, shorthand, not nested, not pass. Is one line and shorthand the same? I don't think so. Sir, I do not think so. Shorthand, I skipped over it, okay. So first comes the action, condition, and else. Okay. Action, condition, and else. So we want to multiply the rotation difference by by God, rotation difference times -1 if oh God, self dot flipped. Else nothing. Else pass. No. Can't do, won't do. Don't want to do, huh? Can't pass, huh? Okay. Please work. We press D, we press A, we press W, and we press A again, and oh my lord. Difference. Jesus Christ. Did I even do this correctly? That should be correct. What did it actually print? I didn't check the console. It said a bunch of no. It said a bunch of no. Whoopsie daisy. Okay then. So run main. It's printing a bunch of no. Print a bunch of true. Print a bunch of no. It's not flipped. Now it is flipped. Flip. No flip. Flip. No flip. Flip. Why don't you multiply it by -1 then? You know, that's... Did I miss something? Is there something I missed? Sorry, is there something I missed here? You know what? I don't need the else. Of course I don't need the else. Oh god, I'm an idiot. I didn't assign the value to... Oh, sweet Jesus. What now? What? That should be correct. It should be correct. Multiple statements. Multiple statements in one line. Yeah, I know. It's called a one-line if statement. It's exactly the point that it is on one line. I'm about to murder this idea. Oh. Invert if condition. If not self-flipped. Why would I do it that way? This is shorter. You can shut the hell up because this functions. And I don't care about your crap if it functions. Oh, that took way too long. God, that took way too long. But at least it works. At least it works. For now. Oh boy. I cannot wait to get back to working on my little marshmallow platformer tomorrow. But I was most excited to make the tile map today. However, we can keep going on for, I'd say, a couple hours still. But for now, I'm gonna go on another break. I know 2 breaks during one stream. But this has been a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna also make this so it it flips correctly and then it rotates correctly also. And then, because we have the movement done, we can make the tile map system finally. And I should probably make a orb collection thingy. But we'll see about that once I'm back. right, we are back. So, now that we have this done and functional, we can remove that print from there. Make sure that it still functions. It has no speed, but the flip works, and right. If the flip is true, actually, let me see if all of our life's problems have been solved with this. They have. I don't need an if statement. Okay. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, so I'm holding W. I wonder what direction that would move in. If that still moves to the right, then that's gonna be a problem. We'll see. We're gonna make the speed 50 so we can observe this. It's no problem. Okay. Now, how do I do collisions? Because I kind of gotta do collisions for the points. How would I go about that? Huh? Sweet Jesus. What? Oh great, there's something from 2019. Yeah, sure, that's gonna help a whole lot. No, not 2019, 2015. Yeah, you don't need to explain, just show me the collide rect. Wait, hang on, I already heard it, so I can look it up. Collide rect. I think collide rect is accurate enough for us. I hope. So it's a method of rectangle. Okay, rect. There's RECT. Collide. Rect. Oh, sweet Jesus, it actually has a lot of things. It has collide list, collide point. We're gonna have to use collide list actually. Because we're gonna have all the points in a list. We're also going to have to draw the points. But I mean, that shouldn't be too difficult. Are we gonna want to make that inherit entity though? Or extend? Inherit? I don't know. If I did that, it could have a rotation, it could be flipped, and we can set the position of it easily. So I think we're gonna do class point entity. And we're gonna have a custom of course we're gonna have to have the init, and then we're gonna have to have the super init. And we're not gonna give that anything, and we're gonna give this fella here what is this? What do you want me to rename it? You want me to rename it to ball points? Yeah, sure, no. Christ. Class points, all points to append self. That should work, because the self has an image. And also, speaking of the image, you know what, we're just gonna make it a placeholder. And where's that gonna draw now? Nowhere, because we didn't actually call it. We didn't make an object of it. Point equals point, and that'll create a point somewhere. Nope, it won't. Okay, because we what? I don't know. We didn't call update anywhere for the points. Okay. Oh, I just noticed that we're updating the player twice per frame. We don't want that. And we're going to update the point, the reframe as well. Perfect. A beautiful point. I'm gonna set the position of the points. Let's see, what do you want? Now you're going to want the image path. And what if I give you none? None is not valid. Okay, let's just give you the placeholder. PNG. And you want the rotation, you want to flip. What on earth? Oh, you don't actually want any of those. Yeah, actually we can just set the point dot position point dot position math or random. We don't have math here. Okay, let's import math. No, let's import a random actually. Or random. Random is a great library. Or does pygame dot math dot okay, pygame dot random. Nope. Pygame dot math dot vector 2 dot, it does not have random. Okay, was worth a try though, but we do want to make it a vector 2 still. Math dot random. Nope. Random dot rand int random. We can make it random. Times screen width divided by 2. Now hang on. Let's see. Random dot rand int. Let's choose a rand int then. God. 200 and 400. For the love of Christ, you want a space there? I know that should be fine. Okay, now it's randomly positioned. We're not going to use this for the final thing, because we're going to obviously need to have it spawn somewhere inside the maze. But this is for testing purposes. How do I use collide list? Collide list. Test if one rectangle in a list intersects. Test whether the rectangle collides with any in a sequence of rectangles. So would we actually want to append the self.image.getRect? I don't know. Then I suppose we would check every frame if something collided. So we're gonna make the diff update self, and we're going to make a super dot init. Now super dot update dot update. Does that take a self? Guess not. Self super dot update. So we're going to check if self dot image dot getRect dot collide list rect all points, and then this is going to return collide index. It's going to return which index it collided with. Jesus, what are you complaining about? Should be lowercase my ass. Jesus Christ, this thing is impossible. Okay, so then we have the collide rect, the rectangle which it collided with. But if there's no collision, it will return -1. So if collide index is more than -1, because -1 would actually refer to the end of the list if we didn't check for it, then the collided thingamabobber, we would simply just what would we do? Let me just look at this. We could delete the object. We could delete the object. We could delete the object, yes. We're gonna have to make a new list called all point rect. And we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna do that, and what? What do you want to rename it to? All point reacts? No, I don't think so. Sir, I do not think so. I believe that this was correct, yes. Oh, sure. We're gonna make it rect, all point rect. Remove that S from there. So what we want to do is we get the collide index collision rect collide rect equals correct equals all point rect collide index. That gives us the rect. Can we get, oh, for the love of Christ. Of course, that doesn't give me any info on anything. Okay, let me do self.image.getRect. Yeah, there's the collide list with n. No, h, not n. Bottom, bottom left, bottom right, center, center x, center y, clamp, clamp IP, clip, clip line, collide, blah 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 blah. Objects. Objects. The hell is objects then? Test if any object in a list intersects. Feature is still in development, available for testing and feedback. It may change. What? Okay, well, that's not bad. It's just a format. Object with such. Oh god. I ain't trying that out. Hell no. Oh wait. We could instead make it a dictionary. But there's the thing that yeah, no. That's an index. Is there any way to figure anything out? That's right. Wait, contains. Test if one rectangle is inside another. Huh. Line, clip, clamp IP, clamp, center Y, center X, center, bottom right, bottom left, bottom H, W, height, width, and collide list in it. Okay. All right, so correct. We have the collision rectangle. What are we going to do with it? Really, we just need to delete it. How's that gonna work? We can add a... for the love of Christ. This... Okay, all points, collide index more than -1. We're gonna add a function in here called delete self. Now this will delete the point, which I feel like it should be in the entity class, really. But we also need to delete that. I mean, we would just call del on the self. Or we would just call del on that. So, but we need to delete it from the list as well. So so methods append. Self.index equals, how do I get len all points? That way we can do we're going to go pop. We're gonna go pop on it. We're gonna do all points dot pop, and we're gonna do self.index. So what this should do is it should pop it out of the all points list. We also want to pop it out of the point ranked list. Or do we need to? We don't need to. We just need to pop the rectangle out of that list and then delete the cell. We're also gonna store a points list. Not list, a number. Okay, let's take collide. Points plus equals 1 and so reference global. Stop complaining already. Jesus Christ. We want to call collide index. Collide index. Wait. Hold on. Point and the point delete. How do we call the delete then? Wouldn't it technically be easier to make it so the point handles deleting itself and the collision? Or is it easier if we actually do it? Is it easier on the machine if we do it this way with collide list? So this is the reason why I needed that. I mean, we should be able to do self.image.getRect. Wait, we want to do this on update. Def update self super update. Then we do self.image.getRect. We need to give this update a player. Love of Christ, everything is complaining. I don't know what you want me to do. You probably don't want to call that. We do want to call it. Okay. Let's go to default to player. So we have to give this thing a player then. So we probably do. Okay, now let's move at the speed of smell. Well, did we get any errors? We didn't. Wait. Okay. Huh. So what's gonna happen if I delete it? Okay, hang on. Let me just so let me. What in the hell is happening? Okay, well, I mean, good to know. Delete self has no effect when we're attempting to delete the self. So this is not going to work. Okay then. In that case, we're gonna have to do the first thing. The first thing. Boy, oh boy, it's gonna be fun. So, first of all, we're going to want to store the index of the thing. So we're gonna do self.index equals length of all points. Yeah. And then we're going to append to all points dot append self the objects, and then we're going to want to append to the rectangles self dot image dot get rect. Now that we have them in these two lists, they should be at the same indexes because we're going to continuously append them both at the same time, so there shouldn't be any difference. Then we're gonna do a collision index equals self dot image dot get rect dot collide list. Of course you're gonna complain because I didn't do it all in lowercase. Screw you, hating camel case. All point rect. If collision index more than -1, then what we're going to do is we're going to get the call obj, which is going to be in the all points. What the hell am I doing? With the same collision index. I don't know why I'm actually storing the index of that point in the point, but we'll keep it. Then if I just do del call obj, what's that gonna do? I'm gonna break the game. I'm gonna break the game forcefully if I don't increase the speed. Okay. How many errors did I get? How many errors did I get? I got 0 errors. It's as if I did not even collide with it. Let me think about this. So if we delete the object, let me first of all do if points. Delete. Technically speaking, that should delete the object. I might be completely wrong, but yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that I should delete it. So what's happening then? Not used. Not used. Are you absolutely certain that it's not being used somewhere? Collision. Okay, it's constantly printing collision then. Zero. 0 is bigger than -1. How's it colliding with the index 0? How's it how is it always colliding with it? How? And this clearly isn't doing anything. But I'm confused as to how it's actually colliding with that. Because it gets the self-image get rect to collide list. And this has only the rectangle of this. How big is the rect then? So what if I do self dot image dot set at set clip set masks? Okay, how about I don't? How about I don't do that? Like it should have a rectangle of the same size as the image. Hold on. Rerect. Oh. Oh. Oh, that solves that problem then. This actually does not have a rectangle yet. Oh. Should we do self dot image dot get rect? Let's see, how many errors am I getting now? Collision 0 still. Yep, so we're going to have to make a rectangle. Let me print the rectangle of this then. Self.image.get rect. We're probably gonna get multiple of them. Rect 0, 0, 32, 32. It's 32, 32. It's correct. If I go all the way to the top. Yeah, it is still correct. Okay, what in God's name is this song? Oh, it's Bill Words, of course. collision index self.image get wrecked or collide list all point wrecked append self.image get wrecked. But like, it it should work. But it's printing collision 0 constantly, non-stop. What is it colliding with? There's only one item in the collision list. Okay. What? Rectangle 0, 32. No, 0, 0, 32, 32. What? It it should work. Yeah, the position is 0 during that. It does that to reframe. Huh. How come it thinks that it's constantly colliding? How come? How come this thinks that it is constantly colliding? It's returning collision 0. Even if I go through this, it's still returning collision 0. Let me just let me remove that first of all. Collision 0. Why is it printing that? Let's make it print all points rect. All point rect. It prints exactly that rectangle. Why? All points append. So it's telling me that it's colliding with that point constantly, no matter where it is. What? It's returning collision 0 with the rectangle of that. Self the image get rect collide list all point rect. 32 32 0 0 32 32. Oh, hang on. We're going to want to set the position randomly into init of the points. Oh, hold on, hang on. That should work. But still, the hell is wrong with it? Collide rects. Zero dot image dot get rect. It's still printing yes. What? Double. Double left. What? What do you mean you expect to topple? How do you expect a top left top? Hang on. You want a left float, top float width and height, but you want the left and the top in vector 2s and left what? Jesus Christ. Where is the docs for this? Wrecked. Do we need to move the... That cannot be right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wrecked. Left top width and height. Or left top width and height. Left top. You want a left top. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Have your left top then. Jesus. Width and height 32 by 32. I don't know what else to tell you. It's gone. Well, I suppose that's not the problem at all. Why? Exactly. La di da. Uh, this is one of those moments when I have no clue whatsoever what's actually happening. Because it just constantly thinks that they're colliding when they aren't. As you can see, they are not colliding. This player checks if this rectangle is colliding with it. But it is not. However, it's saying in the console, it's saying in the console that it is colliding. Which I do not believe the least bit. So then why? We're gonna point dot update. Still printing, yes. All the time, 24/7, it does not stop. Do I need to move the rectangles individually? Oh, come on. Hang on. Uh, wait. What do you take? You take the string? Sure. White, I guess. And direct. You want direct now. Self to image direct. Get wrecked. Well, that explains it all then. So we're not moving the rectangles anywhere, but instead we're only moving the sprites. The rectangles are constantly in that corner. Oh my god. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh. Okay, what's the function then? Is it move? Can I move it? Is there a rect.move? I think there was moves the rectangle. Okay. Self.image.rectangle get rect dot updates. I'm sorry. Update? What's update? No idea. Left top with heights. Takes the left top, which would be the position. So self dot image dot pos no dot no self dot position, let's say, and a width and the height. So self dot image dot get width with height. You want a tuple, okay. Isn't there also a dot? No, okay. Yeah. We'll just put this in a tuple. Self dot image dot get height. Is that going to work? No, it's not. Update. Correct update. Oh, sweet love of Christ. You know what? We don't need to do that. You can try self dot image dot get rect dot move. Self dot position. I don't know then anymore. Do we need to assign the rectangle? How would we do that then? I swear 10% of this, no, 90% of this is not making any sense to me. Collide rect. How would I go about that? Moves the rectangle. There's a rectangle that is moved by the given offset. Can we set the rectangle of an image? We can get the rectangle, but can we set the rectangle? There's a set clip. What's a set clip then? That's rect. That's rect. That's image. To string extended 2 bytes from string from bytes. Okay. Let's look at object. Object classes. Oh, for the love of. Oh no. Class for each object should inherit the sprite class. Blah blah blah. This is a really nice feature in Python class inheritance. Basically, you create both ball object and sprite for that ball. What? Excuse me? The other reason for creating a class for each object is sprites. Each image you render in your game will be a sprite object. And so to begin with, the class for each object should inherit the sprite class. This is a really nice feature of Python, class inheritance. Now the ball class has all of the functions that come with the sprite class, and any object instances of the ball class will be registered by Pygame as sprites. Whereas with text and background, which don't move, it's okay to split the object onto the background. Pygame handles sprite objects in a different manner, which you'll see when we look at the whole program's code. Basically, you create both ball object and sprite object for the ball, and then you call the ball's update function on the sprite object, thus updating the sprite. Sprites also give you sophisticated ways of determining if two objects have collided. Oh, they do? Oh, they do now, do they? So I should have, from the beginning, made entity inherit the sprite class. So pygame.sprite. Sprite. That's a class then. Then you want me to make a super dot init. There we go. How about that? Do you want me to do super dot update here as well, or is the super dot update the different function? Okay, it doesn't have an update. Cool. It has various different things. Which one of this is going to help me? Okay. Normally you might just check in the main loop to see if the rectangles overlap, but that would involve a lot of code. Yeah, it would. Which would be a waste because the sprite class provides two functions, sprite collide and group collide, to do this for you. Okay then, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do sprite collide. No, we're gonna do group collide. Game developer. Group collide. Okay. Pygame.sprite.group collide. How did I not see this before? What? This will find collisions between all the sprites into groups. Collision is determined by comparing the sprite.rect attribute of each sprite or by using the collided function if it is not none, or by using the collided function. Every sprite inside group 1 is added to the return dictionary. The value for each item is the list of sprites in group 2 that intersect. If either do-kill argument is true, the colliding sprites will be removed from their respective group. The collided argument is a callback function used to calculate if two sprites are colliding. It should take two sprites as values and return a bool value indicating if they are colliding. If collided is not passed, then all sprites must have a rect value, which is a rectangle of the sprite area, which will be used to calculate the collision. Is sprite collide any? Simple test if a sprite intersects anything in a group. Sprite collide any. Collision with the returned sprite. No collision. Okay, so it can either return sprite or none. This is gonna be really fun now, isn't it? If the sprite collides with any single sprite in the group, a single sprite from the group is returned. On no collision, none is returned. If you don't need all the features of the Pygame.sprite collide function, this function will be a bit quicker. Well, what's sprite collide then? Did I just read about it, or? No, I just read about group collide. Where's sprite collide? Collide circle? Collide rect? You're telling me that these have... What? Oh. Oh boy. And what does sprite collide return? Find sprites in a group that intersect another sprite. Return a list containing all sprites in a group that intersect with another sprite. Intersection is determined by comparing the sprite.rect attribute of each sprite. Well, what if the rectangle is not moved with the sprite? I know. This is I can try it. There you complain. Too many blank lines. Oh no, too many blank lines. Ah. Oh no. Shut up. Okay. Sprite group. Takes a group of sprites. And what is a sprite group then? It's just a list, isn't it? It's just a list. We're gonna try this. And then we're going to end the stream. Okay, so Pygame dot sprite collide sprite cell dot image. We're gonna insert this into there as that. What are you complaining about now? 2 kill on feed. Sure. What now? Expected type has rect surf list. Could somebody explain to me then what the difference between a sprite and an image is? Because I do not seem to understand it. Pygame.sprite. Simple base class for visible game object. And what does split exactly return? Surface split. Split. Draw one image onto another. Draws a source surface onto this surface. The draw can be position. Okay, what does it return? It returns a rect. You what? Optional area rectangle can be passed as well. The return rectangle is the area of the affected pixels, excluding any pixels outside of the destination surface or outside the clipping area. For a surface with color key or blanket alpha, a split to set self may give slightly different colors than a non-self. What? Oh boy. Color. Is that good? No? 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 Okay. Oh god. How long did it take for me to figure out that split returns a rectangle? Oh god. That would have made this whole thing so much easier. Well then, we're gonna make a self-direct. Self-to-image. Yes, self-to-image. No, self-to-image. Direct. We're going to assign the rect to that to begin with, but then we're going to assign to self.rect to this. And then we can, in fact, detect collisions after 2 hours. Well then, okay. Now all I need to do is self.rect dot what? Collide list. Self.rect. Oh no, hang on. Then I move to self.rect. Wait. No, not all point rect. Rects collide in if collide in more than -1 and prints actual collision. No, actual collision. Yeah, you want 2 lines there. Okay. How horribly is this gonna go wrong? Why? Game.draw. In case you didn't understand from my incredible reaction, it's constantly printing actual collision, and that's not intentional. Oh, Jesus Christ. Color red. Rect, soft or rect. Yeah. Show me. Oh, of course they are there. Why wouldn't they be there? Why doesn't it move it? Oh, because it... it's supposed... I don't want to reassign it now, do I? It's just... That's just... Did you see that? Did I just fucking take off? Okay, what happens if I do self-direct then? Here. We're gonna try this one. It still thinks that there's actual collision. Because the original ones are... oh boy, am I glad about this. I'm going to draw this rectangle that we're colliding with. Just want to move the rectangle. Is that so much to ask for? Like, I don't want to make a new one. Can I just update it? Can I just love of Christ. Can I just update the self-direct? Update screen, of course, and width, height. Wait, no, you don't want that. You want what do you want from me? Okay, what is it that you want from me? Tell me. You want left up, which should be a sequence float of vector, basically vector 2. You want top, Jesus. How about that? works. I know you didn't see much, but it works. You just saw two red rectangles going on top of one another, but I saw actual collision when they collided. And I've never been happier to experience some goddamn collision between two squares on a screen. Okay. Now then. Equal obj equals all points append all point rect all points. We're probably going to want to include some sort of a delete. Some way to delete it. Why didn't del call obj? Is that going to do anything or no? My guess is no. No, it's not. Okay. I mean, it might delete this object. But wait. This... Why in God's name am I seeing reactions in the chat? Okay. Okay, so that's that. We'll have to implement the delete method for the points and make them stop drawing onto the screen somehow. Because just deleting it won't work. We also need to stop updating it, actually. What we could do is have like no, not that point. Self.alive equals true, and then we can set this obj.alive false, and then we can do a check. Now this is just for testing the point system. We're going to make this bigger and support several different points, but this is basically how it would work. Point.alive, then we update it. But then if it's not alive, did I set the alive to false? I did. Yes. And boom, it disappears. And to show a bit more visually appealing thing, we would just comment that out. And we have the actual sprites, or well, that's a placeholder, but it works. It's gone. Now we can also add onto the points integer value. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't recognize that because it needs to be global points. Then we're going to print points after that. Not, well, I mean, yeah, sure. Wait, what am I doing? Uh, what's the uh-huh, 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 okay. Yeah, you know what? Screw that. Uh, points. I'm not gonna look into the stream formatting right now. Let me open the console so I can see what's happening. Oh dear lord. Oh god, you can still collide with it because I didn't pop it. Oh no. Um. All point rect. Well, actually, what I can do is update self and super update if self.alive equals 4, and well, we can do if not self.alive. And what we're going to do is, because we have the index stored, self.index, we can pop that index from both the lists. And what was the list called? All points dot pop self.index and point dot pop. Not sad face. In fact, happy face right now. Self.index. And that should do it. Now we should get, okay. Huh. Yeah, so it does not work yet. Self.alive. I'm gonna print the self.alive so I can debug this a bit. True. And it stopped. Okay. Well, if it's false. Yeah, shut up. I'm just gonna try this. Okay, that's the same. Not, then we pop. It does take an index, yes? Why do I have so many tabs open? Close. Yes, I'm asking if a list of pop takes an index. it shouldn't be in this list anymore, because we pop it from there. So like, I'm gonna print popped, and if it don't pop them, I'm gonna pop someone. It did not pop them. So let's get this straight. When we print self.alive, it's right now equal to true, and when we touch that, it's not updating it. Of course it can't pop it because it stops updating it the moment it's not alive anymore. Oh god. Oh, I hope I learn from this. Oh, I hope I won't make this mistake a million times again. Oh. Yeah, right. If point alive, point update. But if it's not alive anymore, then it stops updating it. Okay, well, what if we have a function called kill? So we just set the alive to false in that, and there we could pop this. In fact, we don't need to update. We're gonna do def kill. None. None. What do you mean none? What do you mean? We're not. Well, I mean yes. Also no. Software live. False. We're gonna call this inside of here. Okay, let's see then. Points, 1, and that's it. It's done. Not the whole game. This is only a small part. But everything's done for today's episode. Also, I meant to make a tile map system, a simple one. But it turns out that it took a whole lot more time making the most basic stuff ever in... How many lines is this? I don't know how many lines this is. Hold on. View appearance. Exit 10. Whoa, there. And that is 116 lines. Wow. Anyways, thank you all for being here. Thanks for not being here. I am going to be back tomorrow. I just realized that I screwed up my outro. Okay, let me try that one again. Hang on. Well, I'll get it eventually. Thank you for being here. Thank you for not being here. And I'll see you tomorrow when I'm working on my Godot game. So we'll be in a different engine again, and that's so relieving every time when I transfer from Pygame to Godot, because Godot is just so much easier to use since you don't need to do everything by code, and there's a visual editor, and the language of Godot, which is GDScript, is also very nice. Anyhow, I'm gonna see you tomorrow then. Bye.